I remind everybody to make sure your cell phones are turned off. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, jury experience is new for some of you, and so a short explanation is in order. Those who participate in a trial must do so according to established rules. That's true of the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, as well as the jurors. Now, the lawyers will present the evidence according to the rules of law. The judge is the one who enforces those rules and determines what evidence is admissible under those rules. Now, you will be the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses, the facts, and the weight to be given to the testimony of the witnesses and the evidence. And at the conclusion of the presentation of the evidence, the court will instruct you on the law regarding that to apply in your deliberations. Now, it is your sworn duty as jurors to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Now, procedure for the trial will be as follows. First, the attorneys may outline what they expect the evidence to be. Those are called opening statements. Opening statements are not evidence, but they are simply the attorney's preview, if you will, of what they believe the evidence is going to show during the trial, so that it will assist you in following that evidence as it is presented. After the opening statements are offered, the state will present its evidence. Now, after the state rests, the defendant may, but is not required, to offer evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, at the conclusion of that evidence, then the state is permitted, but not required, to present rebuttal evidence. Then, upon the conclusion of all the evidence, the court will provide the instructions of law regarding the case. You will then hear the closing arguments of the attorneys, and then the court will give you the final instructions on deliberations and how to return verdicts. And then after that, the jurors will retire to deliberate. Now, procedure for questioning witnesses is as follows. The party that calls a witness will ask questions first. That's called direct examination. After the party concludes their questioning, the opposing party can ask questions. That's called cross-examination. At the conclusion of the cross-examination, then the party that called the witness may, but is not required, to ask additional questions that are called rebuttal. And those are, or redirect, I should say, and that is only to matters that were brought up during cross-examination. Now, jurors are not permitted to ask questions, in case that you wondered about that. Now, during the trial, it is likely attorneys will make objections. An objection is a procedure by which an attorney raises a legal issue that must be determined by the court. And I will determine that in accordance with the rules of evidence that have been prescribed by the highest Supreme Court, as well as the statutes enacted by the General Assembly. If an attorney objects, then the court has to determine whether the question is proper, and if whether the answer is proper. And if I say that the objection is sustained, then I have determined that either or both are not proper and cannot come into evidence. If I say overruled, then that means that the question is permitted and the answer will be permitted under the rules of law. Now, occasionally, in the back and forth with questioning and answering, just like any other conversation, somebody says something before the other party's done asking the question, or they give an answer, the witness gives an answer as an attorney is making an objection, or even before an attorney can make an objection. And after I hear that objection, I might rule that it was not proper, the question or the answer. So in that case, then, you'll be instructed at the end of the case, or perhaps even during the trial, that you must disregard that testimony. And then sometimes an attorney will move to strike, and if I grant that, that means the testimony is stricken as well. Now, we understand that you're not a computer where you can simply delete that from your hard drive and it won't be there. If you hear it, it's going to be in your mind. What it means is that when you deliberate with your fellow jurors, if one of your number says, well, remember that statement that was made, if I have determined that that was stricken testimony that you're not to consider it, then you have to just simply say, well, yes, that was said, but remember, it was stricken, or we were told to disregard that, and so we cannot consider it. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive through the trial. During the trial, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not permitted to discuss permit anyone to discuss in your presence. And you're not to form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. If you are a person that posts on social media, don't do that about the trial. You can post about other matters if you wish, but do not post about the trial. and make any comments whatsoever to anyone in any way. Now, you may think, well, okay, I understand why I shouldn't talk with people that are not here, that are not involved in the case, but why can't we discuss it among ourselves? Well, the reason for that is that until the case is concluded, that is, everything has come in, the opening statements, if there are statements, the evidence, the instructions of the law, closing arguments, and the final instructions and deliberations, until you have all of that, you don't have everything you need to make a decision. And so it'd be improper to form an opinion until you have all of the evidence and all of the law and all of the factors that you are required to have before you can deliberate. Now, we are going to definitely be back here tomorrow. And so it's important that you explain this with your family and friends if you're going to be having any conversations or meetings with anyone, during the break. You have to tell them that I'm not permitted to discuss the matter in any way. And again, I strongly urge you not to even talk about what case it is or what type of case it is, because sometimes if somebody hears something, they might blurt out something inadvertently without thinking, because they don't know the rules like you are being told, and then you would have some information that you shouldn't have, or some comment. Now, you may also have people say to you, I served on the jury and I was allowed to talk about it. Well, what they've forgotten is that it was after the case was over they were permitted to talk about it. Once the case is concluded, the verdict is returned, then you can talk about it if you wish. You're not required to, but you can talk about it with anyone. But until that time, you're not permitted to do that. Now, you're not permitted to investigate or attempt to obtain any type of information about anything that comes up in the trial during the process of the trial. You can't have any information from outside the courtroom. So what that means is you can't drive by the alleged scene. If you hear something about a topic, then you think, well, I thought I remember something different, or I'd like to know more about that. So you go on, the internet, it's right there. You can type in the word and there'll be all kinds of stuff that pop up. Don't do that during the trial. Now, once the trial's over, you may, but not during the trial, because information like that comes in is not evidence. It's not been presented through the process and being subject to cross-examination. So you're not to consider anything like that, and not to try to obtain any information outside the courtroom. As I indicated earlier, you're not to read, view, or listen to any information about this case, whether it be on radio, television, internet, social media, newspaper, etc. With YouTube, we do broadcast our trials on YouTube, although it doesn't show you folks. But people do watch it, and reporters will report on it, people will post on things on social media. You're not to read any of that during the trial, because again, those folks are not obligated like you are. You're obligated to follow the law and make this case decided upon the evidence and that law. They're not. And so, sometimes when we hear things, you can give opinions about something, but those opinions are not evidence, so you're not to obtain any of that type of information from any outside source. Now, and as I said earlier, not to talk to the attorneys, parties, witnesses during the trial, and likewise they're not to talk with you. Now, if by chance, doesn't happen very often, but once in a great while it does, somebody says something to a juror or something happens inadvertently, if that occurs, if you think that there's any question in your mind that it might be something that you need to report it to the bailiff, and then the bailiff will report it to me, and I'll consult with the attorneys and make the decision what needs to be done. If something like that happens, sometimes it might be necessary to ask you questions. If that occurs, when we bring in the juror without the other jurors and ask questions, just to determine if that's going to affect their status as a juror in the case. Now, one thing I want to emphasize is this. If something like that should happen to one of you, and you're not certain, report it. Don't ask any of your fellow jurors what they think you ought to do. And the reason I bring that up, and the reason for that is that if you do, then we'll have to ask everyone you talk to about the information to determine if it has any impact on them. And probably 30 years ago, when I was a prosecutor, we were trying a case. I can't even remember what kind of case it was, but it was a long case that lasted 5 days. And I think about the third day, we had an incident like that, and there were 15 jurors, just like you, 12 plus 3 alternates. And the one juror at lunchtime, somebody was talking in front of them in one of the local restaurants, and they finally said, look, I'm on the jury, please don't talk about that. But so they came back, and instead of telling the bailiff, they waited till everybody was back and asked the other 14 jurors what their opinion was. And of course, it was reported. Well, we spent the entire afternoon questioning 15 jurors and asking about it. So we lost a whole afternoon of the trial. And so that's why I say, if you have any doubts, report it. Under no circumstances should you mention it to any of your fellow jurors. Okay. Now, also, I don't permit note-taking on short trials, and it's my own picadillo, I guess, because I relate back to my first day when I was 18 years old, a freshman at Ohio State, my first class on a campus of 40,000 people, and I was scared to death. And as soon as the professor, I think I wrote down everything the professor said that morning except good morning. And once they started getting into the lecture, I realized that I had written down so much stuff that was not really relevant. It was just kind of, fluff, so to speak, or boilerplate things or foundational things, that I was missing the real important part of the class. And so that may not be your problem, but it was a problem for me. And so I tell people, don't take notes, because there's 12 of you that will be deliberating collectively. Together you should be able to remember everything. And I do it because I don't want people distracted. Now, from time to time, there will be a bench conference like we had this morning earlier to select the jury. And when that occurs, you'll hear the white noise or static from the recording system, and that's so that we can discuss the matters without you hearing them. That's not to keep you from hearing something you should, but to keep you from hearing something you shouldn't. So, for instance, if there's an objection, and in order for me to rule an objection, I need to know what the answer is going to be, then if I decide it's not proper and we discussed all that in front of you, then that's just something we add to your burden. That's another one of those things we tell you, hey, you can't use it. So in order to avoid that, we do it up here. So that way, if I decide it's admissible, then you get to hear it. And if it's not admissible, then you didn't hear it. I don't have to tell you to disregard and add to your burden of, and we try to keep those kind of things to the minimum as possible. Okay, so with that, then, that completes the instructions of the court. And we are now going to start the trial. The first stage is the attorneys are permitted, if they choose, to offer opening statements about the case as to what they think the evidence might be during the trial. Opening statements are not evidence, but simply the attorney's predictions, so to speak. So with that, we'll turn to the state of Ohio. Mrs. Collins, you're going to offer the opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court, defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. As you know, today the state will prove over the next few days that Melissa Norris, the defendant, shot and killed John Norris after going after him with a baseball bat. On March 11th of 23 in the afternoon, Haley Pollard arrived at apartment 6 in Treewood Apartments here in the city of Hillsborough in Highland County. Her uncle, John Norris, lived in apartment 6, and she wanted to ask him to give her a ride. Haley knocked on the door, and after several minutes, Melissa Norris, this defendant, answered the door, and Haley went inside. Now, Haley was surprised to see Melissa. Melissa is actually Haley's mom, but Haley had no idea that Melissa was staying at John's apartment. Haley goes into the living room. She sits down. She finds John asleep in the recliner in the living room. Haley sits in the opposite recliner. After a few minutes, John wakes up. He gets a cup of coffee. They start talking, just some chit-chat. At some point, Haley notices the T-shirt that John is wearing. It's a gray Cincinnati Reds T-shirt. She points out that, hey, I have a T-shirt like that, or my brother has a T-shirt like that, and it's kind of a common T-shirt. And they start discussing the T-shirt. Well, the defendant focuses on the T-shirt as well. And she says, that's my son's T-shirt, and accuses John of stealing her T-shirt, her son's T-shirt. This what should have been just a quick disagreement and over with turns heated over a Cincinnati Reds T-shirt. So Haley tries to intervene. She was like, hey, Mom, it's a common T-shirt. Lots of people have it. Doesn't mean that John is wearing Garrett's T-shirt. It could be anybody's T-shirt. But Melissa will have none of it. And John is denying this. He's like, this is not your T-shirt. I didn't steal a T-shirt. This is nonsense. Melissa won't hear of it. There's a ball bat on the floor next to John's recliner. The defendant picks up the ball bat and goes toward John with it. John stands up out of the recliner, and after a few moments, he's able to get the ball bat away from the defendant. At this point, he looks at Haley and says, "Call the cops." She says, "I can't call the cops. I'm out of here. I have a warrant for my arrest. I'm not staying." She leaves. Having lost her first weapon, the defendant then grabs the shotgun that's also close to John's recliner. And at 2:32 in the afternoon, John Norris dials 911. Now, at the beginning of the call, before the dispatcher even says, "911, do you have an emergency?" you can hear a female say, "You don't think I'll do it?" Then John Norris tells Campton on the phone, dispatcher Chris Campton of the sheriff's office, "Hey, I need help. I have a gun pulled on me in my own apartment." Because the call is in the city of Hillsborough, dispatcher Campton says, "Hold on a second, let me transfer you to the city of Hillsborough, to the police department." The phone rings one time, and then you hear the gunshot. After the call, this is 25 seconds into the call. A few seconds later, you hear a female's voice again say, "How do you clear this
Your
thing?"
Honor, we'd object. I think the phone call would speak for itself.
Well,
She's giving her
overruled.
recitation.
This is just opening statement, it's not evidence. Go ahead.
This will become very important in the case because you'll find out that the gun was actually jammed. And you hear the female say, "How do you clear this thing?" The gun had jammed. Now the call remains open, and it's only about 6 minutes. Dispatcher Campton pings the phone until police officers can find the location at Treewood Apartments. Detective Brian Butler and Sergeant Dustin Batts arrive at the apartment building, and they go upstairs, they go downstairs. They don't know exactly which apartment it is. They just know the building. They know it's in that building. They go upstairs. Someone directs them downstairs. They go downstairs. They beat on the door. Detective Butler opens the door because nobody will answer the door. And they find the defendant, Melissa Norris, standing in the apartment. She comes out. She's holding a coffee cup, a Cincinnati Bengals coffee cup, and she's holding a cell phone, the cell phone that is connected to 911. The call is still open. She's covered in blood. The coffee cup's covered in blood. The cell phone's covered in blood. They bring her out in the hallway, and as soon as she is secure in the hallway, Detective Butler goes in and finds John Norris dead in the recliner. He's been killed with a single shotgun blast to his neck. John's dog, Duke, is sitting at his feet. And the dog won't come out, so Detective Butler has to then phone BCI. He phones the dog warden because they have to remove the dog. The dog won't leave. And he phones the prosecutor to write search warrants. Now, during the trial, you will hear from Detective Butler, who meticulously collected evidence. You will hear from the lab technicians who tested evidence. You will hear from Dr. Kevin Jenkins, who performed an autopsy and removed the wad and pellets from John Norris's neck. And you will hear the 911 call and the exact second that this defendant took John Norris's life. You will hear a lot of testimony today and tomorrow, and you will have a lot of evidence to review. What you will not at any point hear in this trial is that Melissa Norris was in fear of her life, justifying her shooting John. You won't even hear that she was afraid of John. In fact, quite the opposite. Melissa Norris was the aggressor in Treewood Apartment because she picked up the ball bat and went after John first. She was the aggressor over a Cincinnati Reds t-shirt. You will not hear that this was an accident. In fact, the evidence will show that this was quite intentional. Finally, the evidence will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is the person that shot and killed Johnny Norris. On March 11th, 2023, Melissa Norris decided that John Norris had stolen the Cincinnati Reds t-shirt he was wearing. Melissa judged John as a thief. Melissa decided that he deserved to be punished for stealing the shirt. First, she was going to punish him with a baseball bat, and that didn't work. She grabbed a gun and decided that John Norris deserved to die over a Cincinnati Reds t-shirt. After you hear all the testimony and review all the evidence, I will ask you to find this defendant guilty of murder and guilty of felonious assault. Thank you.
All right, on behalf of the defendant.
At this time, the defendant would reserve any opening statement.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion for separation of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
All right.
May we approach, Your Honor, just to clear something up?
All right. By the way, you might want to turn off your mic over there. So you, all right, the court then grants the motion. All those who are going to be witnesses are to remain outside of the courtroom with the exception of the complaining witness, Mr. Butler, and the representative of the alleged victim. Other than that, all other persons who expect to testify or are considered to be or under subpoena are to remain outside the courtroom during the process. You're not to discuss the matter in any way with any other person that's testified. You're not to watch anything on YouTube. It'll be broadcast on YouTube. You're not to watch it during the trial. All right, so with that, if there are any of those persons there, you'll need to be excused, and I'll be up to the attorneys to enforce that since I don't know the witnesses. All right, now, first state witnesses.
So we call Kyle Norris, Your Honor.
All right. Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
All right, you may have a seat over here. Pull that microphone clear over here, thank you. And if you have a cell phone, make sure it's off. All right, you may inquire.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Kyle Norris,
Could you spell your first and last name?
Kylenorris.
Kyle, how old are you?
22.
And do you know John Norris?
Yes,
How?
he was my father.
How old was John when he passed away?
53.
Sorry for your loss. Could you describe the relationship that you have with your father, Kyle?
We were pretty much best friends. Did a lot of things together. We were together pretty much all the time.
And Kyle, how old was John when he passed away?
53.
And do you know Melissa Norris?
Yes.
How do you know Melissa?
She was married to my uncle, and she's my cousin's mom,
Okay. And who's your uncle?
Jerry Norris.
How long have you known Melissa for?
My whole life.
Do you see Melissa Norris in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point her out? Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So ordered.
Did you stay at your father's apartment often?
Yes. All the time.
Okay. And taking you back to March, and specifically March 11th of 23, when was the last time you stayed at your dad's apartment prior to that date?
The 9th into the morning of the 10th, and then I left for work.
Okay, so the 10th would that have been a Friday when you left for work?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left for work on Friday, March 10th, that morning, who was staying at the apartment?
My dad and Melissa.
Okay. Did your dad suffer from any medical conditions?
Quite a few, actually. He had heart issues.
Your Honor, we object. On the
Overruled.
relevance.
He had heart issues that, like when he would stand up, his heart rate would go up and he'd have to sit back down, like almost immediately. He had seizures, and a lot, like stuff like that. It wasn't.
What about, did he have any type of back problems?
Yeah, he had 3 neck fusion surgeries.
And when was his, if you can recall, when was his last back surgery?
January 5th.
And after that January 5th surgery, had you been helping take care of your father?
Yes.
Were you actually listed on his lease as his caregiver?
Yes.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the back surgery? What part of the back he had surgery on? What was done?
So it was from C1 to C7 in his neck. He had no discs left. He had really accelerated degenerative disc disease.
And after this back surgery, did you notice anything about your dad's physical condition?
He was in pretty excruciating pain a lot. Couldn't sleep very much because of the pain. Had to help him walk to the bathroom a couple times, take a shower, and stuff like that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that was some of the medications he took.
I'm going to hand you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
and some more of the medications he took.
Can we do Jack? Again, I'm renewing, I don't know the relevance of this.
Hold on, wait a minute, just approach her. All right. Which, the first one was 67. Continue.
Okay. Carl, I've handed you what's been labeled State's Exhibit 71. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is that?
some more of the medications he took.
Okay. I'm also going to hand you now State's Exhibit 72 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what's depicted in that exhibit?
some more of the medications that he took.
And all of these medications that you've looked at in these last 3 exhibits, were those prescriptions that your father would take daily?
Most of them, some of them were as needed for nausea and pain.
Do you know, Kyle, where would your dad sleep at?
In a recliner in the living room.
And what was the reason for that?
His back and neck, he wouldn't be able to, he couldn't sleep flat, so he slept in the recliner to elevate a little.
And then after your father's last back surgery on January 5th that you talked about, did you notice anything about his weight?
Yeah, I had noticed it some beforehand as well.
Could you elaborate on what specifically you noticed?
For about a year beforehand, he kind of like stopped getting out of his chair. So I've noticed a lot of muscle mass just deteriorate.
Would you happen to know how much he weighed around the period of March of 23?
About 136 pounds probably.
Now, Kyle, I'm going to hand you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 56 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that exhibit?
The apartment on a typical day.
I'm going to hand you now what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 60 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And looking at the items in this photo, would that be how the apartment, so you testified that you left the apartment on the morning of March 10th.
Yes, sir.
The items that we're looking at here, is that how they appeared in the apartment on March 10th?
Yes, other than the Mountain Dew box. Yes.
And what's depicted in this photo?
The department on a typical day.
Other than the gun on the floor?
Yes.
Would that be how the apartment appeared
No.
as you last saw it?
No.
Okay. What is different to you in that photo?
The TV is on the floor. It was on the chair.
About that TV, what was that TV used for? Explain that to me.
The TV was on the rocking chair, propped up on the rocking chair, because my dad had my original Xbox hooked up to it. So when I was there, we could play like golf games and stuff.
I'm going to hand you what I've labeled as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is the TV in that photo, is that the TV you were just talking about, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, where was that TV when you last saw it?
Sitting on across the arms of the rocking chair.
Okay. If someone had wanted to sit in that chair, would they have had to remove the TV from?
Yes.
I've shown you various photos, Kyle, of the living room, and you testified that the TV was not on the floor when you left, and you testified about the Mountain Dew box. Other than that, did the living room look as it appeared when you departed on March 6th?
Yes, sir.
And the TV that we've been talking about, is that TV broken? Do you know?
No, sir. I use it to this day.
Now, Kyle, I'm going to hand you what I've labeled as State's Exhibit 78 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And looking at that photo, I see a cooler and a trash can. Can you explain why that's there?
My dad always kept those within arm's reach so he didn't have to stand up and move.
And Kyle, did your father have a baseball bat?
Yes.
And where did he keep that bat?
Right beside his chair on the floor as well.
And did he also have a shotgun?
Yes.
Where did he keep the shotgun at?
In the corner directly behind his chair within arm's reach.
Kyle, are you aware of the T-shirt that your father was wearing?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of T-shirt that was?
It was a Reds t-shirt.
Cincinnati Reds T-shirt? Do you know whose shirt that was, who that belonged to?
It was his. His ex-girlfriend had bought it for him previously, and me and him pretty much shared it. I wore it a lot.
And Kyle, have you spoken to your father on the phone before, prior to his passing?
Yeah,
Often?
all the time.
Have you ever spoken to the defendant on the phone before?
I do not believe so.
Have you had conversations with her in person?
Yes.
Would you, if you listen to a recording, would you be able to identify your father's voice on a recording?
Yes.
If you listen to a recording, would you be able to identify the defendant's voice on a recording?
Yes.
Kyle, I'm going to play a portion of the 911 call. It's labeled as State's Exhibit 14. I'm going to ask you to identify a couple of voices on this call, okay?
Object, Your Honor. No approach.
You may. All right, you may continue.
Yes, I need somebody here. Okay, what do you need? I got a gun pulled on this. Okay, I'm gonna try to I'm gonna try to push the car just a second.
Kyle, did you hear a female voice at the beginning of that call?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice is that?
Melissa's.
You say Melissa Norris?
Yes, sir.
And did you hear the voice of a male who was asking for help?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was that?
My dad's.
Do you remember your father's phone number?
Yes.
What is it?
937-708-6352.
No further questions.
Cross?
Come on, Robert.
No question, first witness, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Mr. Norris, thank you. Do not discuss your testimony with other witnesses. All right, you may call your next witness.
Haley Pollard.
For the record, Mr. Norris is the designated representative of the alleged victim,
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
so he may remain in the courtroom. All right, were you sworn in the court, the clerk's office? All right, you have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's turned off.
Right here.
Yeah. Now, see that light there and that mic? Pull that clear to your left as far as it'll go. There you go. Make sure you speak into that. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record,
Haley Pollard.
and can you spell your first and last name?
HALLEYPOLLARD.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube yet this morning?
No, ma'am.
Is it this one? Have you recently been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
And are you currently, where are you currently residing?
I'm at Safe Haven in rehab in Chillicothe.
So you're in a treatment facility? And how long have you been in treatment altogether?
8 months.
So have you been clean for that long?
Yeah.
Do you know Melissa Norris?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
how do you know Melissa?
She's my mom.
And do you see Melissa in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point her out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So ordered.
Do you know John Norris?
I do.
And how did you know John?
It's my stepdad's brother.
I want to go back to March the 11th of 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to John Norris's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that at?
Treewood.
Treewood Apartments? Was that here in Hillsborough?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you going there?
I was going there to see if I could get a ride to where I was going, which was to like Cedar Woods. And he was in the middle of where I was going or whatever, so I just stopped there to see if he could take me the rest of the way.
And you know about what time you stopped there? Let's just narrow it down. Was it morning, afternoon, or evening?
I'm guessing probably in between morning and noon, something like that maybe.
Okay.
I'm not for sure.
Did you go into the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you, who was in the apartment? Who let you in?
My mom answered the door.
And who else was in the apartment?
Johnny. He was asleep in his chair.
Now, at some point, what did you do when you went in?
When I went in, I seen he was sleeping, and I was talking to my mom like right after we shut the door, and she actually kind of made me feel uncomfortable, like she was whispering and shit, like I'm guessing trying not to wake him up. And then I actually decided to go back out, but then I'm like, you know what, I don't want to walk, like I'm gonna just go wake him up. So I went and woke him up, and we just started talking.
So where were you, where did you go in the living room when you went in?
In the recliner by the glass sliding door.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 22 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this?
That's his living room.
And, Your Honor, we would ask to admit and publish State's Exhibit 22 so the witness can show where she and Mr. Norris were sitting.
Any objection?
No objection, yes, sir. No, Your Honor.
Submitted. You may publish it.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Pollard, is this State's Exhibit 22 what you just spoke about? Is this the room that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to point at a couple different chairs. Who was in this chair?
I was.
And who was in this chair?
Johnny.
And you say Johnny, you mean John Morris?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 52. For identification purposes.
That's 52 or 62?
52.
52.
52, sorry. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's I think the rocking chair is where she was sitting across from him.
Is it, whose room is this?
Johnny's living room.
Okay. Again, we would ask to admit and publish State's Exhibit 52 so the witness can identify who was where.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted and may be published.
Thank you. So now, this is the living room again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who was sitting here?
I want to say my mom, but I think the rocking chair was moved over, like she was across from Johnny.
Okay, so over here a little ways?
Yeah.
Okay. And this TV, was it on the floor when you were there?
Yeah, but it wasn't laying over like that.
Okay. Now in the picture, oh, I'm sorry, let's move forward. Now what were you guys, if you recall, what were you guys talking about?
Well, Johnny was asking me how I've been doing. I told him, that I'm about to go to treatment, just chit-chatting. I think we also talked about, like, Mom's car in impound and blase, and that's about it.
Now at some point, you noticed the t-shirt that he's wearing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of t-shirt was it?
I want to say a Cincinnati Reds one.
A Cincinnati Reds t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after you noticed the Cincinnati Reds t-shirt, do you say something about it?
Yes, ma'am. I asked my mom if said that my little brother has the same shirt. Well, I said, is that Garrett's shirt? Well, they must have the same shirt. And then that's when she started yelling at him, telling him that he took it from Garrett and everything else, and that's how it all started.
When you say she started yelling at him,
My
who?
mom.
Your mom started yelling at who?
Johnny.
Okay, about the t-shirt.
Yes.
Now, what happened next?
I know she got up and like they're so kind of like hollering back at each other. She goes in the kitchen like this way, like passing like the door, and like makes a cup of coffee, and then she comes out this way because it's like a wraparound. And when she came out this way in the corner, there's a wooden bat, and like she grabbed it and no longer got it like right up to her hip. Johnny stood up, and now they're sitting in front of his chair like this, tugging at the bat, like back and forth. And Johnny told me to call the law, and I did, and I just left because I knew it was super quiet in there. I'm sure somebody in the apartment complex would have called.
Why didn't you stay and call the law?
I had a warrant.
You had a warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 21 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
It's Johnny's shirt that he had on.
This is the shirt that Johnny was wearing? What's previously on State's Exhibit and ask if you recognize.
What is that number?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this?
That's the bad thing.
When you left the house, did you see a dog?
I seen a dog when I was there.
Okay. And what happened with the dog?
So when I was in the
Person that asks for help in the call, do you recognize that voice?
Yeah, Johnny.
Did you see a gun anywhere prior to you leaving the apartment?
No.
When you left the apartment, who was in the apartment?
My mom and Johnny.
And that was it? No one
Yes,
else?
No.
No further questions?
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Haley, how are you?
Good, are you?
I'm going to ask some questions, kind of go over some of the things Ms. Collins did, but I'm trying to build a timeline here for you. Again, what time do you think you arrived at the apartment on the 11th?
I want to say maybe in between 9, noon, something, maybe.
So the lunch hour would be a safe statement?
Yeah, maybe around that time, yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
And now, how long were you there?
I was probably only there for like 15, 20 minutes, not very long at all.
Okay. Now, do you recall during the investigation in this case, you gave a written statement? You wrote out a letter. It was dated the 14th. Do you remember that?
I remember writing a statement.
Okay. Did you write your statement the day of the 11th or a couple of days afterwards?
When was it? I think it was like a day or two after.
Okay, I'm not trying to trick you, but you didn't write it the day of the 11th then? Okay.
I did
And-
what?
No, and you wrote that statement based upon your perceptions of the apartment that day, is that correct?
Right, yes.
So what you saw was true and accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you arrived, you indicated Johnny was asleep?
yes,
Okay. And he was asleep in the, I'll say, the rocker to the right, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you indicate he got up at some point. Did you get him up or did he get
Yeah.
up on his own?
yeah, I woke him up.
Okay. And did he go get a cup of coffee? Did he stay seated in the recliner?
I feel like Mom might, I don't know, she might have brought him a cup, but I don't really recall him getting up,
Okay. Okay.
like to get coffee.
And so he's not up very long before they start in about this T-shirt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated in your statement, I have a copy of it here if you need to refresh your recollection, is that you indicated that Johnny stood up and raised his voice. Is that correct?
Well, they were arguing, but like, I don't recall him standing up. I mean, he might, yeah, I don't recall him standing up.
Would you like to refresh?
Like they were arguing back and forth.
Okay, let me see here. I got your statement here. Yeah, may I approach the witness?
Ma'am.
Ma'am, this is your statement you gave on March 14th that helps refresh your recollection. If you want to take time to read it, on the second page there, but go ahead and read that if it helps refresh your memory. Okay, First Witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, you had the opportunity to, is this the letter that you authored on March 14th of 2023?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you indicate that Johnny stood up and raised his voice?
I mean, he might have when they're arguing about the shirt. I just can't, I'm not sure. I think so, but I don't know.
Okay, but
I don't
that's-
know if he was sitting down or standing up.
And I get it, it's been several months after, but would you agree with me on March 14th? That's what you indicated in your written statement? Okay. You've testified, and your statement also indicates that you saw your mom grab a baseball bat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she'd come through the kitchen, and I'm gonna say kind of out the back side, because it's kind of a walk around, and she was standing beside Johnny's chair, is that correct? Okay. As soon as she grabbed the ball bat, if you had to guess, how many seconds before Johnny stood up and grabbed it also?
I would say my mom didn't even get it to like her hip, and Johnny stands up.
Okay, so help me out, because this is very important. So mom grabs the ball bat, and you say her hip. Now, I'm not trying to be cute, not trying to be funny. You know, when she grabs this thing and you say get to her hip, I mean, is she like a batter getting into a batter's box, getting ready to clock you, or is she just grabbing the handle?
So no, I mean, I want to say that when she picks it up and like she's just like picking it, like a ball bat up, like if say you're going to hit a ball, but like
Okay.
there was no chance though, she didn't have time to swing it or nothing. Like
Okay.
he done stood up and grabbed it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so she didn't get the bat above her hip high. Is that what you testified to?
Right. Well, like when she grabbed it, or it probably got maybe like to her hip, but she didn't have no time to swing it or anything like that because he stood up like.
Okay, so at some point then, as soon as she grabs it, is it a fair statement, Johnny immediately grabs it right after?
Yes.
Okay. Now again, I need this is important for us. You know, are they sitting there, both of their hands on the handle of it? Or does one of them have the handle and one of them have the head of the bat, like a tug of war?
So they're standing in front of each other, like here's this chair, and they're like this, and the bat's long ways, and he's pulling like this, and she's tugging like this, and they're just like tugging, screaming back and forth.
So if I may approach you?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're your mom and I'm John, I've got one in the bat.
No, it's not long ways. It was long this way.
Oh, okay.
Like standing in front of me, it was long.
It's
Like,
long.
yeah, she's like this,
Can I
and
approach you, Mr. Owen, for
Sure.
demonstration purposes? So we're both holding the bat like this?
yes.
Okay. And at any time, did your mom swing the bat at John?
No,
At any time so she never struck him with it?
no, they didn't get physical at all. They didn't, when I was there at least.
So, I mean, she didn't, and your statement doesn't indicate, she didn't threaten, hey, you SOB, I'm gonna clock you with this bat?
Hey, you what?
She never threatened him with the bat, did she?
No, but I just don't. Okay, yeah, no.
Okay, you're fine. So again, at some point then, how did the bat Did they put the bat down, or did you leave at that
So
point?
they're actually still tugging back and forth when he tells me to call the law, and I just left.
Okay, so you
I
took
just
off.
walked, yeah.
All right. Here, if I can approach the witness. And what I have marked is State's Exhibit A and B.
State's exhibit or defense?
I'm sorry, defense. What did I
Okay.
say, state? No. Defendant's A and B. Ma'am, here is A. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yes, my mom.
All right. And here is B.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so they,
Okay,
There
hang
was-
on.
sorry, okay.
Do you recognize who's in B as well?
yes,
Okay. When you arrived at the apartment on March 11th, 2023, did your mom look like she does in those photos right there?
no.
What's different?
I don't recall seeing any marks on her face.
So if I may approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Specifically, let's go to B.
Which one's that? This
Right
one?
there, that's B. So what do you see, were those marks on your mom's face when you left the apartment on March 11th?
If they was, I didn't see them.
Okay. And the same with A? Just a different picture. Were any of those injuries on your mom's face?
No.
Okay. And you were there for how long?
Probably about 15, 20 minutes, maybe. Not very
And-
long.
And you guys were pretty much in the same room the whole time? How far apart?
Well, you seen where I was sitting. I was sitting in this recliner, Johnny was in this one, and then she was across from him, probably like from me to the corner of that chair,
This far
table.
away?
Yeah.
Okay, looking dead at her. You're looking at your mom?
Well, I'm over here. She was across from
But
like
you
Johnny.
didn't recognize
No,
any
I
of
did
those
not.
words?
No.
Okay.
I feel like if I did, I definitely would have asked her
Objection.
what happened. Sorry.
Overruled.
Now, Ms. Collins asked you about, and I'm going to, if I may approach the witness again, I've got defense C and D. This is defendant C. That's the monitor we were talking about, or you testified earlier about, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And D is another picture of it, blown up. Now, that monitor, was that in that position when you left the apartment?
The TV?
TV,
No, it was sitting up, straight up.
it was sitting up, okay? And is that the chair that your mom was sitting in?
No, I feel like the chair was, she was sitting across from Johnny.
Okay. So, according to your recollection, the chair has been moved and the monitor was knocked over, correct?
Yeah.
And so that picture does not depict the same, I'll say, scenario or scene of the apartment when you left on the 11th, correct? No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner used the word injury when he talked about those pictures of your mom. They approach and show you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize the person in that?
Yes, that's my mom.
And do you recognize what kind of photo that is?
It's a mugshot.
Good-looking photo?
Yeah.
Do you see any injuries to her face in that?
Yeah, it looks like she has a bruise on the side of her face.
But this injury, as Mr. Wagner called it, here on her face, all this blood and stuff, that's not on that picture, is it? There's no injury, in fact, under her eye there, is there?
Yeah, I feel like I would have seen it. You know what I mean?
Oh, one other question. You said that she grabbed the ball bat and Mr. Wagner said, well, she didn't swing it. You remember that? Well, what was she going to do with it?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain.
Were you guys playing baseball in
See,
the living room?
I was just about to say, I don't know why she would have grabbed the bat if she wasn't intending
Objection,
to
Your
using it.
Well, she said she didn't know, so I'm going to rule it.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Next witness,
Where do
Chris
I-
Campton?
Where do I go?
you go ahead and go out that door there. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Any witnesses? Who is the next one?
Chris
Chris
Campton.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can just have a seat there then. And I think the mic's already pulled over in front of you.
Yep.
Speak up into that, make sure your cell phone's on. You may inquire.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Chris Campton,
Could you spell your first and last name?
CHRISCAMPTON.
And Chris, have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No, sir.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where at?
Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do there at the sheriff's office?
I'm assigned to the Communications Division. I answer 911 and also dispatch fire and EMS.
How long have you been employed at the sheriff's office?
20 years.
And were you so employed on March 11th of 2023?
Yes.
And on that date, did you receive a 911 call at approximately 14:32 hours?
Yes.
And for those of us who don't use military time, what is 14:32 hours?
That'd be 2:32 p.m.
Okay. And when you receive 911 calls, do you make a log of the numbers that call?
It is stored in our computer digitally.
Okay. And referring you specifically to the 911 call that you received on March 11th at approximately 2:32 p.m., what was the nature of that call?
An unknown male called and said he had a gun pulled on him.
And based upon what was said during that call, what did you do?
We transferred it to the Hillsborough Police Department.
And what was the reason for transferring it to the Hillsborough Police
The
Department?
Hillsborough Police handles all law enforcement calls in the city of Hillsborough.
And 911 calls, as they come in, are they recorded?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 14 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
This was the copy of the phone call,
Of the 911?
of the 911 call, yes.
State's Exhibit 14, which is the 911 call, is this a true and accurate copy of the call that was received on March 11th?
Yes.
Approximately 2:32?
Yes.
And in this recording, whose voices do we hear?
That's mine. It's a Hillsborough PD dispatcher, and it's an unknown male and an unknown female in the background.
And can you explain, when someone calls 911, you've already testified that the call's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how that recording works?
As soon as the phone starts ringing, it automatically starts recording until the call is finished.
So, in other words, just so everybody's clear, the recording actually starts before you even answer the
Before I
phone.
pick up,
Is that true?
Yes.
Does the recording continue on after the hang-up, or at what point does it stop?
Just after we hang up,
Okay.
yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 14 and to publish the same for the jury.
Objection?
We'll just renew the previous objection, Your Honor.
All right, that previous objection is overruled. It is admitted and it may be published.
Yeah, somebody should buy here. I got a gun pulled on me.
Hello, you know where you need to tell
tell me where you're at? You call 911 to report someone pulled a gun on you, and we don't have an address. Looks like the house going just before Treewood Drive. The house just before Treewood Drive? Right there, right by it, yeah. Right by it. Hold on a second, it's moving, it must be moving, hold on. Moving. Moving south. Moving south coming towards town? Yeah. But we don't know what kind of vehicle or anything? No, I don't know anything. Phone number? Yep, I got 708-6352. Was it a man or a woman? Sir? Okay, I can hear you. Where are you at? Hello? Can you tell me where you're at? Are you on foot or in a car? Sounds like you're running. Yeah, I'm still watching. As of yet. So still in the area? Yeah, it is right there, the tree line in that house right there before Treewood Drive. Yeah, I did this thing right now, just mapped to Treewood Drive. Treewood Drive.
I believe that we can't tell if she's on, the person is on foot or in a vehicle, but it's just, it's hanging Treewood Drive, it's pulling into the driveway.
Very first building.
Very first building, still can't get the person to come off, but on policy.
Okay, so, there's not a vehicle that we should be looking for anything more now.
Not that we're aware of. Just some subject out of breath.
Can you hear us?
Okay, are you inside the apartment now? Hello?
It looks like it might be, it looks good painting right on top of the building now.
The first building?
The first building, yeah.
County stating it's painting right at the first building, Treewood Drive.
It's showing about in the middle of the building toward the back, toward the...
Middle of the building, towards the back.
Just keep your line open, okay? Don't hang up on us. We're trying to get somebody there to help you. It'd help if you would talk. Can you tell us anything? You just moved to the front of the building, so it's definitely hanging on that building somewhere. Okay, I've got an officer that's coming that way. Can you watch for the officer? Won't you say towards the, or is somebody chasing you? Can you tell me that, yes or no? Can you hit the phone if it's yes? Can you like? I think there's
We believe subject is inside the building was hanging last towards the front of the first building. 1435. Affirmative. Okay, there's an officer that's there. Are you in? Can you talk to me now? Can you find the officer so he can help you? Keep the line open, okay? Do you see anyone? I can hear movement, but I cannot hear any of your voices. Negative. I believe I can hear my radio traffic coming back now.
I don't know if that's from me or not, I can't tell.
Oh,
It might be from me.
okay. Yeah, we believe that might be the county.
Try to turn it down.
Mr. Camp, during that phone call, did you hear where you read out a phone number?
I did.
Do you recall what that phone number was?
No, I'm sorry, I do not. I
I'll-
know it was started with 708.
Ask him if he can write it down while it plays.
I'm going to play that
Okay.
portion of the recording again. When I play it, you can write down the phone
Okay.
number as you hear, please.
Seven oh eight 6352.
That's before Treewood Drive.
Right there.
All right, we're back on record. Oh, that's not in yet. Come on, everybody, to turn off your cell phones.
I'll check with the deputy, Your Honor.
She was in the
Okay.
restroom. I just checked just 30 seconds ago.
All right, we're still in the state's case. Your next witness, Ms. Collins.
Dr. Kevin Jenkins.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? Yes, sir. All right, if you would just have a seat right over there, and make sure if you have a cell phone on, it's off. If you would, that's the microphone there with the red light. If you would pull that all the way to your left, be in front of you then. Thank you. You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Dr. Kevin Jenkins,
And can you spell your first and last name?
Kevinjenkins.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube this morning?
No,
Dr. Jenkins, what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist
And how long have you been employed as a forensic pathologist?
since 2016.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 23 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is my CV, my curriculum vitae.
And what is your educational background that you've gone through?
I attended medical school at East Tennessee State University for 4 years. After that, I went to Vanderbilt University for anatomic and clinical pathology training for an additional 4 years. After that, I went to University of Tennessee in Memphis for an additional year of specialty training in forensic pathology.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in the past?
Yes, I have.
When you testified in those other jurisdictions, has your expertise included offering your medical opinion as to the manner of someone's death as well as the cause of death?
Yes,
Can you estimate how many autopsies you've completed?
approximately 3,000.
And have you made determinations as to cause of death in those cases?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the court to accept Dr. Jenkins as an expert in the field of forensic science and pathology.
Any objection? All right, so declared. You may proceed.
Dr. Jenkins, can you explain to the jury what forensic pathology is?
Pathology is the study of the science of disease. Forensic pathology is a specialty within that field, which relates to how disease and injuries lead to death.
When you perform an autopsy, where do you perform that at? At what location?
I perform autopsies at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, and I also perform autopsies in Nashville, Tennessee at the Medical Examiner's Office.
Is Highland County one of the many counties that utilizes the Montgomery County Coroner's Office for the purpose of autopsies?
Yes, it is.
Now, when do you typically complete an autopsy on a deceased individual?
When it's an unexpected death, for example, a young person with no significant health history, also in cases of non-natural deaths.
So on March the 12th of 2023, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on someone named John Norris?
Yes, I did.
Did you complete a report as part of that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 24 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the autopsy report and the toxicology report.
On March, excuse me, on April the 13th, did you complete and sign the report based on the autopsy that you completed on March the 12th?
Yes.
In beginning at the autopsy of John Norris, what were the first steps that you took?
The first thing that occurs in an autopsy is when the decedent is brought into the autopsy suite. They're inside a body bag. The bag is open, and at that point, photographs are begun to take. Once those photographs are taken, property, clothing, that type of stuff is all documented, collected. Those things are removed, additional photographs are taken. Then an external examination of the body is done to note normal features such as hair color, eye color, as well as any injuries that are visible from the outside.
So the first thing that you do is x-rays and pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, this is a basic x-ray that would be taken while the decedent is still inside a body bag.
And State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize this?
Yes. This is a x-ray of from the side of a decedent with shotgun pellets visible.
State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this would be one of the first photographs taken from the side of the decedent.
Your Honor, at this time we would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 27.
Objection?
No.
No objection. It's submitted. You may publish it.
Thank you. So, Dr. Jenkins, this is one of the first pictures that was taken of Mr. Norris when he was brought in.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a closer up view of the same side profile of the upper body and head.
And State's Exhibit 29.
This would be the opposite side of the decedent, the left side.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a close-up of that left side with the torso and the head.
We would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 30.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
So is this a close-up of the opposite side of the decedent, or Mr. Norris?
Yes.
Now, once you take pictures, pictures that you just identified, you've done x-rays and done pictures, then do you undress the person?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes. This is the decedent with the property removed from the right side.
And State's Exhibit 32
The decedent with property removed from the left side.
and 33.
And this is a more close-up photo of the decedent with property removed from the left side, showing the head and torso.
And State's Exhibit 34.
This is a close-up of the left side of the neck and face.
Okay. State's Exhibit 35.
And this is a photograph directly from the front of the face.
State's Exhibit 36.
This is a photograph of the back of the decedent.
And State's Exhibit 37.
This is the back of the right hand.
And finally, State's Exhibit 38.
And this is showing the fingers and part of the palm of the right hand.
Now, when you talk about left and right, are you talking about your left and right, or are you referring to the deceased left or right?
The deceased left and right.
Okay, so if they're standing up, then you're looking at them straight on, which is the left, which is the right. Their
Okay.
left, their right.
Okay. Their left is their normal left, is what we refer to. When we give locations on a body, it's given in anatomic position, and that's somebody standing upright with their arms down at their sides and their palms facing forward.
Now, during the external examination of John Norris, did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a gunshot wound on the left side of the neck and face.
Going to move to admit State's Exhibit 34, which is already identified and published the same.
Objection? It's admitted, you may publish it.
Now, Dr. Jenkins, is this what you're referring to, the injury that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Now, after you were able to observe these injuries, Mr. Norris, what's the next thing that you did?
At this point, we would do measurements of the wound itself, give measurements to locate where the wound is on the body. Anything else that's visible in the wound, of course, will be documented.
Is there anything in this wound that is visible to you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you approach the screen and show us what you see here?
Right here, this white opaque object is a shotgun wad or a fragment of a shotgun wad.
Okay. Now, you say that you measured the injuries and looked to see if there's anything visible. You've identified the shotgun wad. What were the measurements of the injuries?
It was 5 by 2 inches.
Okay. And take us through what sort of damage was caused by that shotgun.
So this wound can be seen in this photo. There's a lot of soft tissue injuries, meaning the muscles and skin and connective tissues. The jugular vein and the carotid artery on that side also had holes in them. The mandible, which is the jawbone on the left side, was broken. And the hyoid bone, which is a bone that's a U-shaped bone that's really high in your neck, the left side of that bone was also broken. There were also injuries to the left side of the oral cavity, so the mouth.
So once you documented all that and you measured everything, did you then remove the wad that was in his neck?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 40 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a photograph of the plastic shotgun wad.
And this is after it was removed?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 41?
This is the same shotgun wad with it rotated from the different angle.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 42 for identification purposes. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are shotgun pellets that were removed from the wound.
Okay. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 26, move to admit and publish that.
Any objection? Right, submitted and may be published.
Okay. Dr. Jenkins, what are all of these spots right here?
Those are all shotgun pellets.
And this is an x-ray that was taken of Mr. Norris when he was first brought in?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 42 demonstrates pellets that were removed?
Correct.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 16, and I realize it may not look exactly the same as when you had it, but it's been tested since you had it. So do you recognize these?
Yes, these are the containers with my initials and date and time on them when I collected the shotgun wad and the pellets.
Okay. And does this appear to be the pellets here
Yes.
and the wad there?
Yes.
And you removed those from John Norris's neck?
Yes.
Our State's Exhibits 25 through 42, which are the pictures that you identified, are those true and accurate depictions of Mr. Norris as he appeared during the autopsy?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain where the projectile entered John's body?
Yes. The entry was 8 inches from the top of the head and 2 inches left of the anterior midline.
And were you able to ascertain the wound path of the projectile you recovered from Mr. Norris?
Yes,
And what is that?
front to back.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a DNA blood card.
Okay. And of Mr. Norris?
Yes.
And what is a DNA blood card?
Blood samples are collected from decedents and put on a special card that can be used to collect DNA from later if needed.
And after you collected all this evidence, was it turned over to law enforcement agency for the area where Mr. Norris came from?
Yes.
Now, were you able to draw any conclusions as to how long Mr. Norris would have lived after suffering this kind of gunshot wound?
Based on my experience with this type of wound, seconds to at very most minutes.
Based on the autopsy completed, were you able to draw any conclusions as to the cause of death for John Norris?
Yes.
And based on your education, training, testing, and experience, what was the cause of death of John Norris?
A shotgun wound of the neck.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You indicate, I believe through your testimony in your report, that the entry wound to John Norris was through the left-hand side?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any exit wounds? Did the buckshot or the birdshot exit the right side of the neck?
No.
Okay. You indicated that the man
I thought it was 27.
Well, I know they got 27 and 28.
You published both of those? I thought it was just 27.
I thought we did 27 and 29, but
Well,
Well, if you want, whichever one you want, that's fine.
okay. I'll look at their pictures first, Your Honor. I apologize. The 1, 2, 3, 4 marks on his cheek, do you know if that's dried blood or is that, if you know?
It still appears to be dried blood, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
just one question. Dr. Jenkins, if you had noticed multiple lacerations or abrasions or bruises on Mr. Norris, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes, there are minor abrasions in different places on the body, which are very common for us to see, not directly related to the gunshot wound.
Okay. So any major injuries other than minor abrasions, you would have noted if had there been any?
Yes.
And you did not note any in your report?
Not under injury sections. There are, excuse me, there are minor abrasions like on the wrist, so forth that are noted in the report, but nothing under significant injuries.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down. Next witness.
Logan Scheffler. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
And Doctor, don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
I was.
All right, if you have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Logan Schepler, Scheppeler.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube today?
No, I have not.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, commonly known as BCI.
And what does BCI do?
I work in the crime laboratory section at BCI. We do have 3 sections: identification, investigation, and laboratory. So I am in the laboratory section. I do forensic DNA testing.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a statement of qualifications. It outlines my educational background, professional experience, and training and professional organization memberships.
And you prepared that?
That would be me.
And what are your job responsibilities at BCI?
As a DNA analyst, I'm responsible for analyzing items of evidence that are submitted by law enforcement for the presence of DNA. If DNA is located on an item, I can then potentially make comparisons between the DNA from the evidence and DNA from individuals to see if those individuals may have contributed the DNA to the samples.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2011, so almost 12 years now.
Have you, what's your educational background?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Biology from Michigan State University in East Lansing, Michigan in May of 2011.
Have you received training since you've also been at BCI?
Yes, I have.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Have you been declared an expert in court before?
I have.
And, I'm sorry, have you been declared an expert in DNA analysis in court before?
Yes, I have.
And at this time, I would ask the court to accept Logan Schepler as an expert in DNA analysis.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, he's so declared.
Can you explain the team approach taken at BCI regarding evidence collection?
Yes, at BCI, we have about 20 to 25 scientists in the DNA section in my laboratory. We have several steps of a DNA testing process, and there may be different analysts assigned to different steps of that process. As the reporting analyst, I am responsible for reviewing all of the notes, all of the information, all of the data in the case for which I'm reporting. And so I don't always examine the pieces of evidence myself. However, I'm reviewing all of that information as the reporting analyst.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a DNA report which I authored on April 25th of 2023 in regards to BCI case number 23-12863.
And that's a report that you traditionally prepare after you complete testing in cases?
That is correct.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? You can, there's something inside of that if you need to take out.
Okay, I do recognize this based on the packaging. There is a BCI barcode located at the top. This is BCI item 7 from that same case number which I referenced. It is labeled as a DNA blood card from John Norris.
I'm next going to hand you, if you want to put gloves on. I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this? I want you to go back.
Thank you. Yes, this shirt, based on my review of the notes in the case, was a part of BCI item 4. The packaging is labeled with that barcode once again. This is a gray shirt that was found within the packaging.
Okay, so on the gray shirt, there are several circles drawn around different spots. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do those circles indicate?
Yes, those were areas of red-brown staining indicating possible blood being present.
Okay. Were there swabbings taken from State's Exhibit 4, the T-shirt?
Yes.
And did you perform testing on the swabbing from State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Now, explain the testing that was performed.
Yes, for this specific item, the first step that would have been performed is a presumptive blood test. It is a color change test, so there's a sample collected from the shirt, from the staining area, and we apply chemicals. If we notice a color change to a blue-green, kind of the color of my tie, that indicates the test would be positive, presumptive positive for blood. From there, a sample is collected from the shirt for a DNA test. So there's a 4-step DNA process where we extract the DNA by itself, and then we count how much DNA is there, and then we make millions of copies of whatever DNA is there, and then we analyze the results.
And you completed that sort of testing on State's Exhibit 4?
That's correct.
And what DNA sample did you compare the DNA from the shirt to?
There was a comparison made to 2 DNA standards. One was the blood card from John Norris, and one was a DNA standard from Melissa Norris.
Were you able to identify the source of DNA in the swabbing from the shirt marked as State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, based on your testing, education, and experience, who is the major contributor of the DNA on State's Exhibit 4?
John Norris.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked. I'm going to hand you back the bag so you can identify it. State's Exhibit 6, for identification purposes. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are these?
That is the pair of pants that was found within this packaging.
Again, there are multiple black circles on here.
Yes.
Can you explain those again, please?
Again, those would be areas where there is staining present indicating possible presence of blood that would be tested using that method that I described earlier.
And were those circles or swabbings presumptive for blood?
Yes.
Did you perform the same testing that you previously talked about with the State's Exhibit 4, the T-shirt?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the source of DNA in the swabbing from State's Exhibit 6, the pants?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, based on your testing, education, and experience, who is the major contributor of the DNA in State's Exhibit 6?
John Norris.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit, well, it hasn't been marked yet, but will be marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a container of samples that were collected at the laboratory but were not DNA tested. So there are several plastic tubes within this Ziploc. These would have been samples, again, collected from evidence that we received from law enforcement. Samples were collected, however, no DNA tests were performed.
I'm going to ask you to open that and remove BCI 1.7.
BCI 1.7 is the top part of this package.
Okay, so I'm going to mark that as State's Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what that is, please? You can use your report.
Yes, BCI item 1.7 was a swabbing from a stain from the top of the breech block of the firearm that we received.
And what was the result of the testing on State's Exhibit 43?
No DNA analysis was performed on 1.7.
But was it presumptive for blood?
It was presumptive for blood, yes.
And State's Exhibit 44, which is this 1.8,
Okay, yes.
is it 1.8?
It is 1.8.
Okay. Which is State's Exhibit 44. Looking at your report, was there testing performed on this?
Yes, this sample was also presumptive positive for blood with no DNA analysis. Just to clarify, 1.8 is swabbing from the stain from the side and bottom of the breech block of that firearm.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is BCI item 5 for this case. It is marked as a cell phone.
And was the cell phone swabbed?
Yes, it was.
And did you perform any testing to the swabbing?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
The swab, or the phone, was presumptive positive for blood, and the sample collected from the phone resulted in a DNA profile consistent with John Norris.
So you compared it to the blood card in State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, based on your testing, education, and experience, who was the major contributor of the DNA and the blood on State's Exhibit 11?
The only contributor to the DNA was John Norris.
No further questions.
Cross?
One moment, if I could, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
This is your guy right next. So you need a 2012 and 11. What's 20?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Don't discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Can I leave these exhibits?
Just leave those there. Thank you. Your next witness?
Ian Wallace, Your Honor.
Make sure he doesn't have anything.
I believe you left everything there.
Just gloves? Okay.
Have you been sworn in the clerk's office? All right, just have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off.
Get stuff everywhere, I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, you may inquire.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Ian Wallace.
Could you spell your first and last name, please?
Ian is I-A-N, Wallace, W-A-L-L-A-C-E.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No,
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where at?
I am employed by the Office of the Attorney General of Ohio at the London BCI lab.
And what is your job title?
I am a computer forensic specialist.
And could you explain what you do as a computer forensic specialist?
Computer forensic specialists analyze, our primary job is to analyze evidence, digital evidence that is submitted to the lab by local agencies around the state of Ohio.
And do part of your job duties include mobile phone analysis?
They do.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's my statement of qualifications.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Marietta College in Applied Physics and a Master of Science from Marshall University in Forensic Science.
And have you received, in addition to your education, since being employed at BCI, have you completed any additional training or courses?
Several.
Could you elaborate on some of your training?
I have been through pretty much every class offered by the National White Collar Crime Center for digital evidence. They range from Windows examination classes. There's so many it's hard to recall all of them. I've done NCASE 2 classes, that's software based, and then there's been a series of classes with Celebrate, which is the cell phone software that we use.
And have you previously been declared an expert in forensic computer analysis in court?
I have.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask that Ian Wallace be declared an expert in computer forensics.
Any objection? No objection. All right, he's so declared. You may proceed.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 12 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is my written report for BCI case 2023-0695.
And is that the type of report that you complete in all of your work at BCI in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, this is a standard report.
I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is item 4 from the case that I just mentioned, 2023-0695.
And you said you referred to that as item 4. What specifically is contained within that envelope?
It's a mobile phone.
Upon receiving the phone, which again, State's Exhibit 11, when you received that at BCI, what did you do with it?
First, open the package, document the phone, any identifying marks, or identify the model of phone, remove the any SIM card or memory card that's in the device. That's the beginning for pretty much every cell phone.
And were you able to determine the phone number associated with that phone?
I was.
And what's that number? If you need to refer to your report, yes.
The phone number associated with this phone is 937-708-6352.
I have no further questions.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
Andrew McClellan.
Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. Thank you.
Did you leave everything on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? Yes. Right, you have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off, please. You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Andrew McClelland,
And can you spell your first and last name?
A-N-D-R-E-W, and my last name is M-C-C-L-E-L-L-A-N-D.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube today?
No.
Mr. McClellan, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
At the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation, also known as BCI,
And how long have you been employed there?
since 2005.
May I approach?
May.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a copy of my CV.
And what is your CV?
It's a statement of qualifications.
Okay. And you prepared that yourself?
Yes, this is something we keep in our normal course of business for whenever it's requested.
And Mr. McClellan, what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Otterbein College, which is now known as Otterbein University.
Have you received training since the start of your employment at BCI?
Yes.
What sort of training have you gone through?
Initially, I was hired into the latent print section. I was employed in that section for roughly 7 years before transferring to the firearms section, at which time, after my transfer, I underwent a year of on-the-job training before I was signed off to do independent casework.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
No.
Have you been declared an expert in court before?
Yes.
In fact, have you been declared an expert in firearms in this court before?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the court to accept Andrew McClellan as an expert in firearm and ammunition analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
So declared, you may proceed.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a report that I issued on November 15th of this year.
And is that a report that you regularly prepare in the course of a firearm and ammunition examination and test?
Yes.
Does it truly and accurately reflect the findings of your testing and analysis in this case?
Yes.
You can just leave it in there. I'm going to take the box up there.
This
wad that was contained in State's Exhibit 16 is consistent with being a 12-gauge shot wad.
So you would expect to find that inside?
That or something similar, yes.
Okay. And the pellets, would you also expect to find those inside of what is State's Exhibit 17, the unshot shells?
As long as the shot shell contained in that item is loaded with that size shot, yes.
But you would expect to find some sort of little pellet in there?
Yes, there would be some sort of shot wad unless it was loaded with a slug.
Now, can you tell us, just in general terms, what is a wad in the pellets and how does it work when it hits its target?
So generally speaking, a shot shell or a cartridge that is loaded into a shotgun contains the powder that's the propellant and then something to separate the powder from whatever the projectile in that shot shell is, whether that be a slug or shot, meaning lead pellets. Those lead pellets can range in sizes, depends on what the purpose of that shot shell is. Generally, it's for hunting. The larger the pellet, the larger the prey. Smaller the pellet, the smaller the prey. When the primer of the cartridge or the shot shell is struck, it will ignite the powder, which propels the propellant, propels the shot wad and the shot pellets or the slug down the barrel of whatever shotgun or firearm it is fired from. And then, again, depending on the size of the shot, it will disperse in a kind of a conical pattern in order to have a larger area of impact.
And no further questions?
Ross?
Your Honor, check out one piece of the evidence up by the witness.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, sir.
You're fine.
Mayor, put this back up, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
My next witness would be Detective Brian Butler.
Don't discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have you been sworn in? Okay, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Right, have a seat there. You may inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Ryan Butler,
Have you, and can you spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Brianbutler.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
The Hillsborough Police Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
At the Hillsborough Police Department, approximately 7 to 8 years.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement between 15 and 16 years.
And what are your job responsibilities there at the police department?
Investigation and sometimes road patrol.
Were you so employed on March 11th of '23?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was on a Saturday, ma'am.
Did you get a call to respond to the Treewood Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
It's located at 807 Treewood Lane in Highland County in Hillsborough.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is the Treewood Apartments. That will be the first building, which is building 801.
And State's Exhibit 46, do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be a closer view of the front of building 801.
And finally, State's Exhibit 47, do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be the front door of apartment 6 in building 801.
Now, can you just tell us briefly, what was the nature of the call that you were responding to?
We were informed by the dispatcher that someone had a gun pointed at them, and we were in response to that.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
Sergeant Batts and I, when we arrived, we entered into building 801. We didn't hear anything. We went to different apartments trying to see if we could hear a noise, at which point we were informed by the dispatcher prior to arrival that she had lost contact with anybody on the phone. I went on the second floor of the apartment building, which is in the same, the common areas, like in the same building. A resident in apartment 8 came outside. I asked this resident if they'd heard anything. He was later identified as Brian Lamb. Did you hear anything? He pointed straight down. I said, right below you. He said, yes. Right below apartment 8 would be apartment 6. Sergeant Batts and I lined up on apartment 6. I knocked on the door twice to announce myself as a Hillsborough police officer. Nobody came to the door, so I opened the door, at which point I heard Sergeant Batts asking a female subject if she was okay. I turned into the apartment. I saw a female that had blood on her. I also saw a cell phone and a coffee cup in her hand. We escorted her out of the room. Officer Sharp showed up shortly after. Sergeant Batts instructed Officer Sharp to stay with the female. Sergeant Batts and I went into the apartment. I veered off to the left to clear the apartment to see if anybody else was in there, at which point I noticed a shotgun wrapped in a flannel shirt in the center of the living room area. And on the west wall, there were 2 chairs. To the chair to the right, I observed a male lying deceased sideways in a chair with a gunshot wound to the face.
Now, when you removed the female from the apartment, were you able to identify her initially?
No.
Did you later learn her identity?
Yes.
And what was that?
Melissa Norris.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Please, can you point her out, please?
She's right there.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Sword.
Now, after you secured the apartment, what did you do next?
After I secured the apartment, I called BCI to do the crime scene. I also called the dog warden. The canine of Mr. Norris was at his feet, and I couldn't get the canine removed without disturbing the scene, so at which point I called for the dog warden.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 88 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be a photo of the cell phone that I took from Melissa Norris.
And State's Exhibit 89, do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be the opposite side, the screen side of the same cell phone.
And that's the cell phone that you took from Melissa Norris?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 11, which I believe is right here. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be the same cell phone in its physical form in the package.
And that was removed from the defendant?
Yes.
Now, what did you do with it after you took it from the defendant?
I secured that in the coffee cup as evidence, and I later turned it over to Amy Gill from BCI.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 90 and 91. 90 for identification purposes?
Yes, this would be the coffee cup I took from Melissa Norris.
And 91.
That would be another photo of the coffee cup I took from Melissa Norris.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 19?
Yes, this would be the coffee cup I took from Melissa Norris.
Now, after taking that from the defendant, what did you do next?
I photographed them while she still had them in her hand. I secured them as evidence, and then I turned them over to Agent Amy Gill from BCI.
Now, after that, what happened next? After you secured that, and what did you guys do next?
After we called a squad to the area to check on the female subject, later identified as Melissa Norris. I went back to the Hillsborough Police Department along with Prosecutor Anna Collins, prepared a search warrant for the apartment and for Melissa Norris's person.
At some point, was Melissa Norris brought to the police department?
Yes,
And was she processed there?
yes.
Now, take us through processing Melissa Norris.
As far as our processing, you mean after she was served a copy of the search warrant, or? Okay. Judge Chad Randolph signed the both search warrants, one for Melissa Norris's person and one for apartment 6 of building 801 Treewood. A copy of the search warrant was given to Melissa Norris. I explained to her the search warrant. I told her she had to comply with the search warrant. After several minutes of talking to Melissa Norris, she said she wanted to read the search warrant. Several minutes went by. I informed her she needed to give her clothing to Agent Gill. Melissa Norris continued to be passive-aggressively resist and not comply with giving her clothing, at which point, after several minutes went by, Officer Ron Martin and I removed her shirt and gave it to Agent Gill, at which point Melissa Norris began complying and giving her clothes to Agent Gill.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a photo of Melissa Norris in our holding cell on March 11th.
And State's Exhibit 94?
Yes, that would be Melissa Norris's right hand.
State's Exhibit 95?
That would be the palm side of Melissa Norris's right hand.
State's Exhibit 96?
Yes, that would be the top part of Melissa Norris's left hand,
And State's Exhibit 97?
and that would be the palm side of Melissa Norris's left hand.
Now, these pictures in 93 through 97, are these pictures taken prior to Ms. Norris being able to wash her hands or wash her face?
Yes.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the clothing that was taken from Melissa Norris out of the holding cell on March 11th.
And State's Exhibit 99?
This would be Melissa Norris's shirt with spots of suspected blood.
State's Exhibit 100?
This would be another angle of Melissa Norris's shirt with another spot of suspected blood.
State's Exhibit 101?
This would be Melissa Norris's pants with spots of suspected blood.
State's Exhibit 102?
This would be a closer angle of a spot of suspected blood on Melissa Norris's pants.
State's Exhibit 103?
This would be a photo of the bottom of Melissa Norris's shoes.
And finally, 102?
This would be a closer picture of spots of blood on the bottom of Melissa Norris's shoe.
And I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's Melissa Norris's shirt.
That's the T-shirt that is depicted in the photos you just identified?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 6, do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be the pants Melissa Norris was wearing on March 11th.
And those are the pants that are depicted in the photos that you just identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did you do with those items after you received them from the defendant?
They were transferred to Agent Amy Gill from BCI for processing. They were later turned back over to me as evidence, and I put them in the evidence room at the Hillsborough Police Department.
I'm going to have to go back to State's Exhibit 93 for identification purposes.
Yes.
There is an abrasion on the defendant's eye and something on her face.
Yes.
Was she asked
Yes.
about that abrasion?
Yes, ma'am. Agent Gill asked Melissa Norris if that was from today. Melissa Norris stated no, it was not.
She said
Objection, Your Honor.
She said no.
I'm sorry?
We don't even,
Was there objection?
objection, it was, I don't know, he said this was said to Gil. I don't know if he was part of this conversation or not.
All right, I'll sustain that. You'll need to leave the foundation.
Were you standing in the room when the question was asked?
Yes, I was standing right next to both of them.
So you heard the defendant answer?
Yes.
And when she was asked about the abrasion on her eye, what was her answer?
Their answer was no. She stated no.
That the abrasion was not from that day?
Yes.
Okay. So, because now it sounds confusing. What specifically was she asked?
She was asked if the injury on her eye was from today.
And the defendant's answer was what?
No.
If it was not from that day?
Yes.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 105 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a mugshot photo of Melissa Norris when she was brought into the Highland County Justice Center on March the 11th.
So that was on March the 11th?
That was within that day or maybe the next morning, whenever they processed her.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 93, looks like there are several bruises and abrasions on her face. Are those actually present?
There's a slight abrasion over her eye. Other than that, I don't see anything else.
Now, there appears to be blood on the defendant's face of the pictures. As she was being processed, were you able to determine if that blood was her blood?
I did not specifically know.
Is that blood present in the later picture?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Did you return to the apartment after you finished with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
I can hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 48 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that is the open door of apartment 6 at Building 801.
And State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be the kitchen area of apartment 6.
And State's Exhibit 50.
That is another angle of the kitchen area of apartment 6 with some cabinets.
State's Exhibit 51.
That is the entry to the living room area to the left of the front door of the apartment.
State's Exhibit 52.
That is the living room area of the apartment overlooking the back sliding glass door.
State's Exhibit 53.
That is the west wall overlooking the west wall of the living room area, also showing John Norris lying in the chair.
State's Exhibit 54.
That is another view of the living room area showing the butt of the shotgun and John Norris lying in the chair.
State's Exhibit 55.
That would be the east wall of the apartment opposite to the chairs.
And State's Exhibit 56.
That would be the north wall of the living room area in the apartment, or the living area.
State's Exhibit 57.
That is a close-up view of the left wall showing two chairs, a shotgun wrapped in a flannel shirt on the floor, and John Norris deceased in the chair to the right.
State's Exhibit 58.
That is another view of the west wall showing the two chairs, John Norris lying deceased in the chair to the right, and the barrel of the shotgun.
And State's Exhibit 59.
That is a view of the living room area toward the east wall, showing the shotgun wrapped in a flannel shirt in the middle of the floor.
State's Exhibit 60.
That is another view showing John Norris in the living room area lying deceased in the chair with the kitchen in the background area.
State's Exhibit 61.
That would be the deceased body of John Norris in the chair.
State's Exhibit 62.
That would be another angle of the deceased body of John Norris in the chair in the living room area.
State's Exhibit 63.
That is the close-up of John Norris's chest with blood pooling.
State's Exhibit 64.
That will be blood spatter on the back of the chair that John Norris had set.
State's Exhibit 65.
That would be from the kitchen area facing the front door of the apartment.
State's Exhibit 66.
That would be from the kitchen area, a picture going back to the living room areas showing a shower chair.
State's Exhibit 67.
That would be an outside picture of the back sliding door that leads into the living room area.
State's Exhibit 68.
That would be a spot of suspected blood on the sliding door of the living room area.
And State's Exhibit 69.
That would be a picture of the same door, but on the inside handle showing spots of suspected blood.
And when you were going through the apartment, did you notice a lot of pill bottles?
Yes.
And I hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this was a photo of John Norris's medication that was in the vicinity of the end table between the chairs.
71
This is another photo of John Norris's medication in that same area.
and 72.
And this is another photo of John Norris's medication in that same area.
And what did you do with all those pill bottles after you photographed?
After they were photographed, I took them to a disposable bin out at the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And the hand to it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 73 for identification purposes. Do you
Yes.
recognize that?
Yes. That shows the top of John Norris's head. Underneath, it shows blood pooling on top of a empty box of Mountain Dew.
State's Exhibit 74.
Okay, that would be another angle of John Norris's head, partially showing the gunshot wound and blood pooling underneath.
State's Exhibit 75.
That would be blood spatter in the kitchen area.
And State's, is that on the floor or on the ceiling?
That is on the floor of the kitchen area.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 76.
That would be blood spatter on the wall that runs between the living area and the kitchen.
Okay. And finally, State's Exhibit 77.
That would be blood spatter on the wall between the kitchen and the living area.
Now, after photographing the scene, did you then collect physical evidence?
Yes.
Getting into what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 78 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the shotgun and a flannel shirt.
And State's Exhibit 79.
That's another view of the shotgun wrapped in the flannel shirt.
And State's Exhibit 80.
That is another view of the shotgun on the floor of the living room area wrapped in the flannel shirt.
And on the floor here in front of you is State's Exhibit 8.
Yes.
Do you know what's in there?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That would be the same shotgun that was located on the floor of apartment 6 in the living room area.
So State's Exhibit 8 is the shotgun that you removed from the middle of the floor in the 78, 79, and 80 pictures.
Yes.
After taking the pictures of the gun, what was done with the gun?
The gun was secured at evidence and later transported to BCI for analysis.
So when you initially went to collect the gun as evidence, did you have to do something to the gun?
Yes.
Did someone have to do something to the gun?
Agent Wagner from BCI had to clear the gun.
Did you observe this happen?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that is the spent shell casing that was lodged in the chamber of the shotgun.
And State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that would be that same fired shell that was lodged in the chamber of the shotgun.
And I said removed it from the gun, but what did you call it?
He removed it from the chamber.
But you called it a specific name.
Ejected or,
Did he cleared it?
yeah, cleared it. Yes, ma'am.
Is that how you commonly refer to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the gun was cleared, what did you do with the shell?
The shell was also packaged for evidence and transported to the Hillsborough Police Department and later.
Were there other shells in the gun?
Yes, there were 4 other unspent or live shells in the gun.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 82 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that would be a live round that's in a photo of the live round that was in the barrel of the gun.
And 83?
That would be another live round in the gun.
84?
This would be an overall photo of the unspent shells from the gun.
85?
This would be a photo from the striker part of the shells that came from the gun.
And finally, State's Exhibit 17.
Yes, these are the 4 live shells that were removed from the shotgun.
Now, once the gun was made safe, it was cleared, and everything was removed from it, what was done with it?
It was all packaged as evidence and transported to the Hillsborough Police Department evidence room.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 86 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That would be the flannel shirt that the shotgun was wrapped in.
And State's Exhibit 10.
be the same flannel shirt that the shotgun was wrapped in.
So what was done with it after it was pictured, and was it collected as evidence?
It was collected as evidence and taken to the Hillsborough Police Department.
Now, after all the pictures were taken, all the evidence from the scene was collected, what was done next? Did you release Mr. Norris's body?
Yes, Mr. Norris's body was released to the funeral home and then transported to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 87 for identification purposes. Do you
Yes.
recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a photo of the chair that John Norris was found deceased in with pooling of blood and blood spatter.
And State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a overall view of the living room area where after John Norris was removed by the funeral home.
Now, State's Exhibits 22 and 45 through 105 that were pictures, are those true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously, maybe, is 21 up there? Previously been marked as State's Exhibit 21 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This was the short shirt that John Norris was wearing when I found him deceased.
Where'd you get that shirt?
I got this from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is the death certificate for John Norris.
Is that a certified copy?
Yes, that is a certified copy of the death certificate for John Norris.
Now, at any time when you were processing the defendant, did she tell you that she was in fear of her life from John Norris?
No.
Did she tell you that she was in a fight with John Norris?
No.
At some point, did you learn about a baseball bat?
Yes.
When did you learn about baseball bat?
It would have been a couple days later. Jerry Norris dropped off I believe it was on the 14th, which is a Tuesday, dropped a letter off to Hillsborough Police Department from Haley Pollard for me. I came in and I read the letter, and Haley Pollard indicated in the letter that she had been in the apartment prior to anything happening. She indicated in the letter that she was led in the apartment by her mother, apartment 6. John Norris had just gotten up out of bed. They started a conversation about a T-shirt. Melissa began arguing with John about who the T-shirt belonged to, at which point an argument became heated. Melissa went after grabbed a ball bat, went after John, and John grabbed the ball bat from her. They began to wrestle over the bat.
What's that?
He objected.
Objection?
Yeah,
You're saying?
yeah.
She just
Okay.
testified to all this.
Pardon me?
She testified to all this earlier.
Yes, you did. But, so he doesn't need to repeat it. So, okay, I sustained objection at this point.
Did you go back into the apartment?
Yes,
Did you collect the baseball bat?
yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 13, which is the second box on the floor there, is that the baseball bat that you collected?
That's the baseball bat.
And where was that at when you found it?
It was propped against the wall between the two chairs in the living room area on the west wall.
Do you see it in that picture?
What is the exhibit number?
22? Or can you tell us where you located it?
I can't tell from this picture.
Okay. Well, just in general, where did you?
It was over here behind his chair.
When you say his chair, you're referring
The chair to the right.
the chair that Mr. Norris was found deceased in?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you. I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 14 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, that would be the USB device I prepared containing the 911 call from March 11th.
And have you had occasion to listen to this 911 call?
Yes, ma'am, I've listened to it multiple times.
Okay, this time I am going to play the 911 call again, stopping at a few different spots.
All right, you may proceed.
And what does the defendant say there?
You don't think I'll do it?
Okay.
Yeah, so I need somebody here. I got a gun pulled on yours.
What does the man who's been identified as John Norris say there?
He says I need to get somebody here. I got a gun pulled on me in my own apartment.
At some point, do you hear a gunshot?
Yes,
When do you hear this?
after the first ring of the transfer of the 911.
Your Honor, we'd object, one, that is leading.
Pardon me, you want to approach? Continue. All right, you've completed your director, correct? All right, we're now ready for cross. Mr. Wagner, are you going to do the cross?
I am, sir. I have 1 second. Detective, right?
Yes, sir.
Detective Butler, I'd like to ask some questions. Please call me JD, or sir, it's fine through either way. I'd like to ask some questions about your report, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your report indicates you first had contact with an occupant of apartment number 8. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was that individual?
Brian Lamb.
Okay. And he indicated or gave a gesture
Yes, sir.
pointing downstairs. So
Yes, sir.
to go to apartment number 6.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, according to your report, enough that that's why you called an ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And B, what is that?
This photo would actually be taken by Amy Gill, I believe. That would be another picture of Melissa Norris in our holding cell
Okay.
later on.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of Melissa at the Hillsborough Police Department after she was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna leave this up here. I'm sorry, Detective. So we already don't want to go over anything. So again, you said she was nonverbal.
Yes, sir.
She was trembling.
Yes, sir.
And even in your report, you indicate that she was in shock.
Yes, she appeared to be in shock based on my
Okay.
experience.
May I approach you, witness, Your Honor?
You may.
C and D. Defense C and D, Detective. C is the first one and D is the second one. You have, or what are those, Detective Butler?
Defense C would be a photo of the living room area with the sliding glass door in the back.
And is D, and the other one in your other hand?
Yes.
Okay. And are those true and accurate depictions taken on the March 11th,
Yes, sir, they are.
apartment number 6?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, you indicated from your earlier testimony that at some point when you were removing a shirt or clothing or evidence from Melissa, you didn't want her to wash her hands. Is that correct?
That was prior to that.
Prior
sir.
to that?
Yes, sir.
So at some point from being arrested or taken into custody at Treewood and brought to the police department, you're collecting evidence?
No, I'm preserving evidence, sir.
Preserving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that why you did not want her to wash her hands?
Yes, sir.
So what evidence did you get from, did you took, what, DNA swabs?
Agent Gill actually did that. sir.
Gil, so what did she do exactly?
She took a DNA swab of her mouth. She collected her clothing and took photos.
Okay. Do you know or are you aware, did they take fingernail scrapings from Melissa Norris?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, we just asked that our pictures be admitted. No more questions for Detective Butler.
All right, let me, after we have redirect, then I'll entertain that. All right, redirect?
A few questions. Mr. Wagner talked about the wet spot on the back of the defendant's shirt. Were you close to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to smell the wet spot?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did it smell like?
It smelled like coffee.
And was the defendant holding a coffee cup when she answered the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wagner talked about the search warrants that were prepared. I want to clear something up first. Were the search warrants prepared on March the 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you filled out or wrote your affidavit for the search warrant, was that before the defendant's blood, or I'm sorry, before the victim's blood had been washed from the defendant?
Yes.
So you did those affidavits before any evidence collection or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am.
If a person has just shot someone, could they be in shock?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant do things as time went on that you observed that made you think she was no longer in shock?
Yes, ma'am.
Like what?
My opinion, she appeared to be faking it, and she would go back to shaking after being asked questions.
Did you question her about being in a fight? Or did anyone question her about being in a fight or being attacked?
She was questioned by the squad, I believe, if she was okay and if she had any injuries. I had asked her what had happened and had gotten no answer.
Do you usually take fingernail scrapings from someone that has not been in an altercation?
No.
No further questions.
All right, Mr.
Yes, sir.
All right, counsel, no approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has presented all their witnesses. There are a number of legal matters that the court has to review and discuss with counsel. And so we're going to actually call it a day for you. We'll still be here working because there's no sense in having you wait back in the jury room while we do that work and then come back at 3:30 or something like that and not be able to not have to break in the middle of a witness or something. So we're going to go ahead and call it a day for you. Would like you to come back tomorrow morning, be back in the jury room no later than say 8:20, 8:25, so we can start at 8:30. And then I would expect that the case will be wrapped up by noon, I would think, tomorrow. And so you should be expecting to have it submitted to you sometime in the early afternoon. Now, during the overnight break, remember all the instructions of the court. That includes that you're not to read anything about the matter in the newspaper or on the internet. Don't read any social media about the case. Don't look up anything about what you've heard. There's been some interesting testimony about some certain things. If you're interested in finding out more, wait till after the trial to do that. You're not to discuss the matter among yourselves. You should not form any opinions yet either because the case is not complete. Don't talk with any of the parties or any of the witnesses or counsel. Don't permit anyone to discuss the matter with you in your presence. So we'll come back tomorrow morning at 8:30. I will also tell you that when we do start deliberations, jurors are not permitted then to have any kind of electronic devices, cell phones, whatever. So we usually just collect them in bags and keep them back there on the ledge. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you want to leave them at home or leave them in your car or whatever, that's up to you. I just want you to be aware of that so you're not surprised by that. All right, so if you would go ahead and leave, and we'll see you back here tomorrow about 8:25. And counsel, if you want to stick around for a minute, we'll finish those legal issues.
You guys can go.
All right, we're back on record. The jury has left. So we're at the point where the state was asking for admission of exhibits. So are there any that were, I think there was one that was not mentioned, according to my notes. I see 18 is blank on your list.
I pulled it already, so.
Okay, so it's not admitted.
Not
Okay.
admitted. 39, I didn't admit.
Okay, wait a minute, 39? Yes, I had that one. And I think there was one more that was blank, and I had a question mark because I thought I heard testimony about that number.
92.
92? Yeah, 92. It's blank. I thought I heard 92 or, in one of the maybe from Mr. Butler, but it may be.
I'm looking, but I have it blank on mine too, so.
Okay, all right, so then it's not admitted, okay. Or not offered, okay, or not admitted, all right. And so you're offering all of the exhibits except for those three?
Yes.
All right. Are there any objections to any of the exhibits from defense counsel?
Just no objections to the ones being offered. We would just renew our objections to the 911, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that's already been admitted. Okay. All right. So for the record then, all but 18, 39, and 92 are admitted. All right, now, also for purposes of the record, there was a written stipulation submitted. I actually didn't discuss that with counsel this morning, but this is a chain of custody stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so what I would propose is, it's been signed by both parties, to just sign it and file it, but not instruct the jury on it unless there's an issue that needs to be. These are all just basically foundational things that are routine, but is there any objection to that? All right. I'll go ahead and sign it then for the record and have it filed. Take this down to file after we're done here, Dan. Thank you. All right, so that completes all the evidence. Now, defense wish to make any kind of a motion?
We do, Your Honor. We'd ask the court to grant Rule 29 with respect to both counts in the indictment. Specifically, I'll address the felonious assault first. The court's heard the same evidence that the rest of us did, and that is there is no evidence. The closest thing you can come, it's not even close, is a tug of war with a ball bat. Even the pathologist testified the broken jaw and all the wounds came from the shotgun, not from, there was no test about any injuries from any ball bat. The only eyewitness testimony is from defendant's daughter, who testified it was just a tug of war. She never saw any swing, didn't happen while she was there. So I just don't see anything but a 29 granting on that. With respect to the charge of murder, Your Honor, we'll simply defer to the court to that as to whether or not the state has laid out enough evidence for it to proceed to the jury.
Ms. Collins?
Thank you, Your Honor. The felonious assault says did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm with a deadly weapon. It doesn't say that harm was caused. So the fact that you got Dr. Jenkins to say that the only injuries that he sustained was the gaping gunshot wound to his neck means nothing to the felonious assault. As Haley testified, and as I think about anyone with any common sense can say, why are you picking a ball bat up and going after someone if not to strike them with it? A ball bat, clearly it can be a deadly weapon if used in that nature. When Haley left, they were still struggling over the ball bat. So it's not did cause physical harm, it's did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm. And I think the evidence is clear that she attempted to cause Mr. Norris physical harm with the ball bat. And we know that it was intended to be a deadly weapon because her purpose afterwards is she gets a gun and kills him. So her purpose with the ball bat was to use it as a deadly weapon. You can look at someone's purpose by their actions afterwards, and those are her actions. So based on that, I would ask the court to overrule the defense's Rule 29 motion. Thank you.
A response?
Yeah, Your Honor, where was the ball bat when they found it? It was parked in the corner of the apartment. And still there's no evidence of any attempt. Because what happened after that is just not relevant. There's like zero evidence of harm being caused because there wasn't, and there's zero evidence that it was an attempt.
Well, in ruling on a motion for acquittal at the conclusion of the state's case under Rule 29, the court's not to weigh the evidence, not to judge credibility, but to determine whether or not reasonable minds could differ. And you know, it may be that the jury would agree that there's not enough evidence there, but the grabbing of the ball bat, the fact that there was a struggle when he was trying to take it away, she didn't let him take it away, and she was struggling according to the witness, the eyewitness. And there was argument going on. The eyewitness runs when she's asked to call the law and doesn't know what happened after that. And yeah, the bat was propped up, indicating it was put down. But you know, I don't think that it can be viewed as two distinct incidents because it wasn't. It was a continuum. And so, based upon that, you know, I think it's a legitimate question for the finder of fact. So the court will deny that motion. All right, now, I know you asked for the evening to, consult with your client. And I understand Ms. Norris want to, discuss, a number of matters like whether or not you're going to testify, and if so, what the strategy is. So I'm going to, let that happen overnight. And you guys can then make your decision in the morning. And then if you are going to present some evidence, I assume you'll make an opening statement. If you're not going to present any evidence, then it would be waived because the evidence is already in. At that point, but again, I know you haven't made that decision yet, but depending upon whether you're going to present any evidence or not, do you have a feel for how many witnesses you'd be presenting? I know you listed two besides the defendant. And again, I know that decision hasn't been made, but are there any other witnesses beyond the 3 you submitted to the?
Probably 2 total, Your Honor.
2 total, all right. Okay. Any other matters need to be discussed at this point?
Not today, I don't think.
All right.
No, sir.
All right, well, then they'll take her back to the Justice Center so you can consult with her there this evening then. All right, thank you.
Please rise.
Dan, here's the